Gorgeous shot of Red Rocks. Jeff Houston there this morning running stairs, and he's made his way to the ballpark, and several others have as well. A busy sports day in the Mile High City. Rockies entertaining the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's game 3 of 4, and so far advantage Arizona as they have won the first 2, including last night, by 8-7 final. With the well-conditioned Jeff Houston, I'm Drew Goodman. Today we open the show talking about Jordan Pacheco. He began the year primarily as a third baseman. With the injury to Todd Helton, he has gotten most of his exposure over at first base, and to say he's comfortable there would be an understatement.
Well, it is, and that's a tribute to him and his hard work and his athleticism, because he's been asked to play 3 different positions this year, but it has not affected his hitting. He's had a 14-game history, an 11, a couple 8s, a 6, and you look at him, 132 hits now on the season, that continues to rank up there among all National League rookies, not only with the hits, the RBIs, the extra bases, but you're right, Drew, he's been asked to play third base, and now over at first base, he seems very, very comfortable making all the plays. The decision-making is right every single time, and it just takes a while to get used to it when you're asked to play third base. You came up as a shortstop, then you were switched to catcher. You've made 3 starts there, and now it's first base. It's been a lot to be put on his plate, but the one thing he's done well this year, he's played that hitter role real well.
He's played that hitter role very well. He has stayed consistent, and as you mentioned, he's had a number of hitting streaks. He's in the midst of one right now. When we come back, we're going to talk to a veteran catcher about a young catcher. That'll be next. .75, Rockies 58-93. Jeff Francis coming in with Willeen Rosario. He has been busy. He's caught every game in this series. Back upstairs with Jeff Hewson. The Rockies have Miguel Montero, the outstanding catcher for Arizona, exactly where they want him today. Not in the lineup. After playing 20 straight on this Sunday, he will get a day of rest.
Yeah, and thankfully, because he's 4 for 9 in this series with 3 RBIs, 3 runs scored, and he's done everything that you expect Miguel Montero to do against the Rockies because he has been a Rockies killer.
Well, we asked Miguel about the young catcher Willeen Rosario on the other side. He made this comparison.
For me, it was really tough, because, you got a 2007 playoff team. That was us. We were going to the playoffs, so I have to catch Livan Hernandez. That was my guy. So I remember Livan gave up a lot of runs. I heard they blame it on me. It was like, okay, yeah, because I'm the young guy. I'm the guy doesn't know the hitter is pretty good. So it's kind of frustrated. So, they put a lot of pressure on your shoulders. So when you go out there and catch, you try to do too much and things doesn't work out the way you want it. So I think that's probably how he feels right now.
We spend a lot of time, Huey, talking about offensively when guys are tight. They're in a 1 for 15, they're gripping the bat tighter. You know that feeling better than anybody who's a longtime big leaguer. We forget that maybe the position you can get the tightest is behind the plate defensively because you're in every play.
Right, and when you do, what happens? Everything becomes stiff on you, and I think that's the thing that he's battling right now. He's looking at it going, everybody's talking about the number of pass balls I have, so I can't let a pass ball get by me. I can't. And so instead of saying I can, you start saying I can't, and then that makes you tight, your hands tighten up, everything involved. And I think Miguel Montero, being in a spot that he was early in his career, and even think back to last year in 2011 for Miguel Montero, he was second in the National League in pass balls. So it's a very demanding position, and at times we think that guys should be, when they come to the big leagues, a finished product, and that's not the case.
Yeah, you get a runner on third base, all of a sudden, you know what, I don't want to put down 3 fingers, call for that slider, maybe in the dirt, I may get another pass ball. Interesting conversation with Miguel Montero. We are set for baseball. Rockies trying to snap an 8-game losing streak. Come on back to 20th and Blake with us. Ball on Root Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, moving forward. By CenturyLink, fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Pretty day at Coors Field, and Adam Eaton, who's off to a very nice start in his big league career, will lead things off again for Arizona. They like what he has done so far, and he'll be followed by Aaron Hill. Justin Upton's riding a 9-game hitting streak. Paul Goldschmidt will bat behind him. Then Jason Kubel, Chris Johnson, Cody Ransom, Will Nieves doing the catching for Miguel Montero, and Ian Kennedy, the staff ace, is pitching and batting ninth. First pitch from Jeff Francis misses outside, ball one. And Jeff works quickly, and that pitch is outside as well. 2-0 as we glance at Jeff's numbers. Hard to believe he's made 22 starts already.
Well, and then gone 5 innings in 6 out of the last 8 starts. That's the other impressive number. And he has a victory against Arizona this year. That was back on July 25th. Longest outing of the season for him. 6 innings, 5 hits, just a couple earned runs.
2 balls and a strike on Eaton. Had a triple leading off the ball game yesterday in that direction, and this one won't carry as far. And Charlie Blackmon, who's in left field, makes the catch. So Eaton's retired, and that'll bring up Aaron Hill. A glance at the Rockies defensively. Again, Cargo's going to sit it out. Colvin flanked by Brown in right, Blackmon in left. Nelson, Rutledge, LeMahieu, and Pacheco. Rosario behind the plate. The infield is the same as it has been the last couple of days. Aaron Hill at the plate. You look at his numbers, and at the end of the year, an award is given away that many of you are aware of called the Silver Slugger Award, and that goes to the top offensive player at each position in baseball. You know, you give the Gold Glove away to every position in baseball. The Silver Sluggers, you're the top offensive second baseman in your league. Aaron Hill is going to garner very serious consideration for that. I would say it's him and Brandon Phillips, wouldn't it be?
Well, yeah, he's first in slugging, first in OPS, home runs, doubles, and total bases, triples.
Nice job by Jeff. And a good job by Pacheco, giving him a target. And you'll go back to Hill in a moment.
Yeah.
But giving him a target without putting your foot on the base. Let him find you, and then he'd find the bag.
And that gives Jeff another throwing lane, an extra foot wider. Now watch Jordan Pacheco. He's not on the bag. He's a foot away because he sees where Aaron Hill is. He can catch it and then go stride. If he's put his left foot on the bag, then you're shortening the area or the window for Jeff to throw through. That's just a smart play from Jordan's perspective.
And it illustrates what we were talking about, his comfort level at first base.
One more look at this. Now look, there's a space right there. I mean, how much more area does Jeff have to look at to make the throw? He's not trying to throw over the top of the runner.
Slow hook misses 1-1 on Justin Upton.
But to get back to Aaron Hill for a moment, those numbers, when you're talking about first and all those offensive categories and a lot of power to go with it, I think he's going to win. I think he'll beat Brandon Phillips. Now, Brandon Phillips might have the name on him.
Ground ball to third. Chris Nelson gloves, fires, and that's a very nice inning for Jeff Francis. Yesterday, the Diamondbacks got 3 in the first. All they get here is 3 outs. get after Ian Kennedy today. And they'll begin things with Josh Rutledge as Dexter Fowler getting the afternoon off. Charlie Blackmon's going to hit behind him. And let's take a look at the rest of the Rockies lineup presented by Southwest Airlines. Jordan Pacheco will bat third. He's had 4 hits in the series. Then Willeen Rosario. You talk about hot. He's got 9 hits in his last 3 games. Chris Nelson, Tyler Colvin, Andrew Brown, and whoop, it just landed. The ball he hit last night just landed. DJ LeMahieu batting 8th. Well, if it's September, Ian Kennedy must be on a roll.
He is. 35 wins for Ian Kennedy between 2011 and 2012. That's the most in the National League, and in the second half, 8-4 this year. He just gets stronger as the year gets longer.
Yeah, he's a special pitcher. In September, the Diamondbacks have won his last 8 starts. 6-0 with a 2.26 ERA going back to last year. He can shave corners. He just
thought
missed
he
there.
shaved that corner.
Now, the first half, you say 6 and 7. The ERA was higher. They didn't give him a lot of run support. Second half, better mark, a little better ERA, better run support, 2 and 2.
It's no coincidence that the Diamondbacks are making a push in the wild card because of Ian Kennedy and his performance after losing Daniel Hudson to Tommy John surgery earlier.
That was an enormous blow, and you have to give the Diamondbacks credit because Hudson was a bona fide number 2 behind Kennedy. You lose him, and yet this club finds itself in the waning days of 2012. There's not an X next to their name yet, so they're still alive in the wild card. Slim hopes, but they're a game over 500.
Ow.
And Rutledge gets hit again. He got hit earlier in this series. So he'll go down to first, leadoff man on, and that'll bring up Charlie Blackmon. Here's Arizona defensively. Jason Kubel has set a club record for outfield assists this year. Adam Eaton is in center field, Justin Upton in right. Chris Johnson, Cody Ransom will play short. Aaron Hill, Paul Goldschmidt, and the Rocky from earlier this year, Will Nieves, behind the plate. Will did a good job when called upon for the Rockies. They didn't want to, but they had to designate him for assignment at the time to clear a roster spot. And Will didn't get through waivers. Arizona picked him up. Blackmon, a good bunt and a very good throw by Nieves to get him. So the sack bunt by Charlie Blackmon.
16 games in the Rockies uniform for Will Nieves. Hit 298, 1 home run, 5 RBIs. But Charlie Blackmon dropping down the bunt, you get 2 things out of this. One, you get the runner to second base, you advance him, you have a chance for a base hit, but Charlie gets a sacrifice bunt out of it. So he does what he needs to do to leave it up to Jordan Pacheco and Willeen Rosario to drive in Josh.
And the Rockies have had virtually no success against Ian Kennedy once he put on a Diamondback uniform.
Well, he's 1-0 against the Rockies this year in 10 career games, 3-1 with a 2.70 ERA. Originally a draft pick of the New York Yankees.
He was a first-round pick in that famous 06 draft because a lot of great pitchers have come out of that 06 draft. A lot of good players in general in that first round. The Diamondbacks have won the last 6 starts for Ian Kennedy against the Rockies at 8 of 9. So whether Kennedy ends up ultimately getting the decision or not, the Diamondbacks get the decision. One and two. Story's been told many times about Ian Kennedy, a high school teammate in Southern California in Orange County of Ian Stewart. Stewart went in the first round out of high school. Kennedy decided to go to Southern Cal, which is where Stewart would have gone had he not signed out of high school. Upton makes the catch and shows off his outstanding arm, and it's a perfect throw. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Rosario. Well, when the Rockies score 7 or more during this or any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. You can do it later today. The Rockies scored 7 yesterday. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Fell 8-7. So Rosario will check in at the plate. He had 3 more hits last night, and yesterday a ball game he won't forget because he hit his 26th home run of his rookie season, breaking the rookie record set by Todd Helton back in 1998 when he hit 25 home runs.
No doubter.
Most of his are.
With 3 knocks, 3 straight games with 3 hits. This was the ball that he hit for the breaker last night.
He reminds you of a young Jeff Houston standing at the plate and admiring
right.
him.
I could only dream about hitting a ball that far. It'd take me 3 swings. I have to go pick it up, hit it again, go get it, hit it again.
That's okay. Here's the list of rookie home runs by the Rockies. Tulo hit 24 back in 07, and then it drops off considerably. Well, the Holiday kid worked out okay after a while.
Yeah, he figured it out. He figured out his swing.
What a second half Matt he's had, huh? 2-0 on Willeen.
There's some wondering if, with Albert Pujols leaving, what that would do to Matt. When you're the type of player he is, that can affect you.
Kennedy's being very careful. He's got Nelson on deck. 3-0 on Rosario. And to Willeen's credit,
he's late.
It's not a 1-2 count or a 2-1 count even, something we would have seen earlier in the year where he expands.
And he laid off the breaking pitches that they were getting him or are trying to get him to chase.
They turn him loose a lot. 3-0. And that bounces up there, and you notice no fastball. 3-0. It was a changeup. So Willeen will go to first. A 4-pitch walk. And that's really the ultimate tip of the cap from Ian Kennedy. So Chris Nelson, probably with a little fire in his belly, say, okay, you want me? You got me. Let's go.
And 345 in the second half is Chris.
Absolutely.
And he's been hitting right-handers extremely well.
Toyota Talk will come your way in the 6th inning. Text the word Toyota to 720-720. Share your insights or questions on the game. And as always, text now. You'll be entered to win a 1-year family membership to the Denver Zoo. 2 on for the Rockies, 2 outs. Bottom of inning number 1. Chris Nelson against Ian Kennedy. And he takes high ball 1. Nelson 1 for 4 last night, had a double in the 3rd. You hear Renee Latchman's voice, the AAA hitting instructor who's been with the club since the start of September, saying, come on, Nelly. He's got a very distinctive voice. Kind of like Frazier, well, you can hear him a mile away.
Right, and it's not sure what's going to come out of Renee's mouth at times, but it's always something to do with let's go, let's get this guy right now. And he has a way of getting on guys in the right way when he needs to, but also the encouragement that a hitting coach has to give to the hitters.
He's fun just to hang around whatever cage he's looking in on during spring training in March, because it's just a string of one-liners.
Been in the game as long as he has, you acquire a lot of them.
Good swing by Nelson, and that levels the count at 2-2. It's a great example, Huey, with Ian Kennedy of what the really good pitchers can do. He fell behind 2-0, got a strike, then that key 2-1 pitch. He made a good enough pitch that he got to even without giving the hitter something to crush.
You don't win 21 games like Ian Kennedy did last year, finished 4th in the Cy Young voting without having an idea of how to pitch. It's not luck. It's you fall behind 0-2 or 2-0. It's not automatic fastball. It could be a slider for a strike. It could be a changeup for a strike.
And a fly ball to center field that will end the inning. Upton's going to take it actually in right center. So the Rockies will leave 2 on. We'll go to the 2nd. No score at Coors Field.
at Coors Field, we thought we'd roll out today's Chevy's Dare to Compare. Chevy's full lineup of vehicles makes it the clear winner that the competition can't compare. Chevy made for Colorado, with Rolene Rosario hitting home run number 26 last night. Rockies and the Diamondbacks playing. I would think about the NL West and the home run leaders. Chase Headley, 29. Then Kubel of the Diamondbacks. He's in the lineup. He'll hit second in this half inning. Rosario, Aaron Hill, Buster Posey, and Cargo's on that list as well. The NL West guys has hit a total of 619 home runs between the 5 teams. That's the least in the majors. Of course, the Rockies lead that too with 158, Arizona 153. So these two teams have combined for more than half.
Yeah, that's not surprising, right. and you know this, Mark, because the Arizona Diamondbacks play in an elite offensive park. The Rockies, we all know, play in the best offensive park in baseball, and the other 3 parks are so tilted toward pitching, and it's not surprising as a division, Huey, that there's fewer home runs hit.
No, because of those 3 parks, L.A., San Diego, San Francisco, and especially at night at those ballparks. How the ball will go out and hit that imaginary wall that's there and be done with it.
Good hands by Josh Rutledge at short. Paul Goldschmidt is thrown out.
I asked Josh yesterday around the batting cage. I said, well, because he's played second base, played shortstop. I said, do you change the size of your glove? Do you go to a different glove when you slide over to second? He said, nope. He goes, I just feel comfortable with this one. I like the 11 and a half, 12-inch glove that I use at shortstop. I'm not going to change when I play second base.
Did you,
I use the same one.
You used the same one at third too,
base
didn't you?
Too, yeah. It was my comfort zone. I liked having the glove that I was comfortable using the whole time. I figure it's no different if they hit the ball to me at third than it's shorter at second. I still have to catch it.
Here's the 0-1 to Kubel. And that bounced up there, 1-1. Let me ask you this. Did you, because players, especially versatile players like yourself, they'll have a number of gloves. I know you had your outfield glove.
Outfield, first base.
You had your first base glove. Did you actually break in a longer glove for third just in case you ever got in the mindset that you wanted?
Nope. Just always broke in another glove because I just had my game glove. Like Walt Weiss had the what was it?
The thing. Or the creature. The creature, that's right.
And that was my glove too. My glove only saw the light of day after the national anthem. It never came out during batting practice.
It is funny how guys are with their glove, with their bats.
Don't pick them up and jam your hand in that glove. That's a no-no.
Yeah. This ball is a base hit for Kubel toward right center field. Circling it is Andrew Brown, and Jason Kubel has a 1-out single. First base runner against Francis so far, and that'll bring up Chris Johnson, the third baseman. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC, and I would suggest you do it rather quickly because there are only 4 more home games. Tomorrow, the Diamondbacks will sleep over. It's like a slumber party. They get the Monday too, and then the Cubs are in town. Yeah. How many times have you heard that from the kids? We have a sleepover. I got it last night on the way home. So you got a game at 8 in the morning.
Right.
No sleepovers.
But I promise we'll go to sleep.
Yeah, right. Famous last words. And at 2 in the morning,
hey.
they're in the middle of Madden.
Right.
It's the third quarter, Dad. It's almost over.
As soon as this game's over, we'll go to sleep.
1 strike count on Johnson. 23 runs, 32 hits in the first 2 games for Arizona. And Jeff does such a good job of changing speeds.
The Rockies had scored 5 runs in the first game, 7 runs last night. They've lost 31 games this year when they've scored 5 or more runs. 31. 2 in the first 2 games of this series.
When you have an ERA that is the highest in baseball, well over 5, that's not a surprise, and that's the last thing that Jeff Francis wanted to do. Tried to come in with a cutter, and that pitch just ate up Chris Johnson. So it'll be first and second, 1 out.
It sounded solid, like it was the hand. We always talk about bad places to be hit as a hitter. That is it, because your hand is wound tightly over the bat, so there's no give if it hits. It goes straight into that back of the hand. The Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo will illustrate where that was, the hand, the wrist.
He didn't even want to take the glove off. The trainer was trying to help him get the glove off, and you can see his hand shaking just from the pain. And wow, he's got to come out.
There's so many delicate bones in your fingers and hands, and I'm sure they'll take him. Yeah, he's not happy because he has a feeling that might be broken. We'll go get an x-ray on it. Ryan Wheeler will come in.
Yeah, you hope it's just a bruise.
Yeah.
So Ryan Wheeler will run for Johnson. 2 on, 1 out. Saw Ryan Wheeler late last night. And Cody Ransom will step up. Cody's an interesting story. He went to camp with Arizona this year. He was with the Diamondbacks, and then they released him. He was picked up by Milwaukee. And then when Milwaukee released him later in the year, Arizona picked him up again.
Well, he's from Mesa. He went to high school down there. He went to Grand Canyon College. So he's a local boy. He's living at home, sleeping in his own bed. Second round with the Diamondbacks.
Here's the 1-0. And it's top foul.
We'll close out the season at Coors Field when the Cubs come to town to take on the Rockies beginning the 25th. That is Tuesday, 25th through the 27th. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursdays, a day game.
One to Cody Ransom, and it's 1-2.
Cody's a versatile guy. He can play shortstop. He can play second, third base, right-handed power hitter, but can still hit a fastball inside. The scouting report is breaking pitches give him problems.
Two and 2. Up the middle and on through, base hit, and that'll get a run home. Kugel's going to score, and Cody Ransom with his 40th RBI.
'14th in an Arizona Diamondbacks uniform. 86-mile-an-hour fastball down and away from Cody, but he leans the upper half over the plate to reach it and drives it back up the middle.
Will Nieves, a .304 average. Backing up Miguel Montero right now. Like the old Maytag repairman, though, because Montero plays every day, especially in this stretch he's been playing every day. 20 straight till today.
He reached base 20 straight games. I'm sure it was a tug of war in Kirk Gibson's heart. Do I take him out? Do I leave him in? But you have to give Will one start. And this is the start because it's a left-hander on the hill, right-handed at the plate.
And here's something else. Not that Will would be called upon to pinch hit frequently. In September, that can happen if you have a third catcher. But to your point, remember a story Clint Hurdle used to tell a couple times a year about making sure his extras get starts here and there. So when you call upon him, because he said, my career, he said, you know, I was typically an extra player. And in the American League, I may not have had an at-bat in 10 days, and all of a sudden the game's on the line, and the skipper says, hey, go up there and win the game for us. And you're like, man, I haven't seen live pitching in, 2.5 weeks, whatever it was.
Give him his 3 or 4 at-bats during a game so that 3 days later, if you do need him to pinch hit, he doesn't go up to the plate lost. I remember talking to Chuck Tanner about that, former longtime manager, and he was saying the same thing is if you think they're going to play on Sunday, try to get them an at-bat on Saturday, and that's what happened last night. Will got an at-bat last night. You have to keep your regulars seeing pitches because they get them during spring training, and then they're coming out of the gate with the off days. They might sit 6 or 7 days before they go, and so you're playing catch-up, and it's hard.
And as much BP as you take and flips and Ks, it's not the same. It's not the same. We've discussed this many times. You better be able to hit at 5 o'clock.
Yes, because they're throwing from 45, 50 feet away. It's maybe 60 miles an hour, the equivalent of 60 from that distance. Anybody can go hit. I think there's still guys that have been retired for 5 years that could go out and hit batting practice.
To third, foul.
But try to put them in a major league game, they would be lost.
Looking to save energy and money? Find out how the little changes add up at TogetherWeSave.com, your local Touchstone Energy cooperative, delivering reliable power, energy-saving tools, and more. And that's foul ball in the other direction. Remember that cover sheet that you handed me with certain numbers on it? It's blown over to section 228.
Van just knocked it down over there.
Thank you. You please should have put my address on it.
Mail it to you. By that time, the stats would be too old.
Yeah, need a new sheet for tomorrow. Francis with a 3-2 count on Nieves. 2 on, 1 out, and that's foul.
The wind has picked up. It's blowing straight in from left. It was a calm day until maybe 20, 30 minutes ago.
Will Nieves lost the bat, but he got the baseball first, so he's still alive at 3-2.
He just caught this off the bottom end of the bat. He's fouled off 2 or 3 different pitches now from Jeff. They get a 4th. They've tried the changeup, the curveball, the straight 4-seamer, the cut fastball. Tenth pitch coming up.
And Nieves wins the battle. A line drive base hit to left. Coming home with the second run is Ryan Wheeler. Will Nieves. That's what he did with the Rockies. Didn't get a ton of opportunities, but it seemed like every time he started, he threw out a key hit.
Yeah, 298, 6 RBIs. There's 8 RBIs now, excuse me, for Will Nieves on the season.
And Jeff, these are satisfying at bats for a player because you grind it out,
well,
you know, an 8, 9, 10, 11 pitch AB, and then you got the victory.
And typically, when a hitter sees that many pitches, the count swings in his favor, the momentum, because you're recognizing pitches sooner. Once it gets to 8 to 10 to 12, advantage hitter.
Ian Kennedy at the plate. The average doesn't reflect it, but Kennedy's a good athlete. He's hitting just 085. He's going to show bunt here, but he's a good enough athlete to swing away, and then they took the bunt off.
Remember down in Arizona, he had a bases clearing triple down in Phoenix. So 3 of the 6 RBIs came in one swing of the bat on the triple in July.
One of the plays I like when you have an advantage, I know Jim Tracy likes this play also, is the slug bunt or the slash. That's a good bunt right there. Jeff's got to turn and throw to DJ LeMahieu for the out. 2 gone. Because once you're up and you have a guy at the plate, a pitcher who handles the bat decently, I like that play. It opens up a lot of holes.
Yeah, because the infielders that have been charging, they're on their heels, they're covering their face, they don't want to get hit. And the holes in the infield open up. You just have to get on top of the ball and hit it on the ground. It's not trying to hit a home run. It's just pound it down into the ground like a Baltimore chop.
Adam Eaton hit a fly ball to left center field his first time up. 2 runs in, runners at second and third. Eaton's been very impressive. He's played 15 ball games since being called up, the Pacific Coast League Player of the Year, and he has reached in 14 of those 15. And for a guy that's not all that big, he's shown a little bit of power. He hit a home run on Thursday down in Phoenix, and then on Friday night on an 0-2 breaking ball from Josh Outman, he said, I'm sitting heater naturally, which you got to do, and he adjusted and hit the curveball into the bullpen, the Rockies bullpen.
Well, he's not only the MVP, he was Rookie of the Year of the PCL. It just shows you the tools that Adam Eaton has. Because he has this speed, he has surprising pop, he's strong arm and can go get it in center field. And when Chris Young went down with the quad injury, this young man filled in and has done an admirable job.
I mean, Chris still, he's taking batting practice, Chris Young. He's got the quad injury that is not allowing him to play right now. He's a name out there to look for in the offseason. He may get another address.
Well, with this guy's emergence, sure.
Because there's value. Chris Young hit the ball over the wall. He can steal bases. He's not going to hit for typically a high average. But they never knew really what to do with CYD. You hit him first. You hit him in the middle of the order because he does hit the ball over the wall. He strikes out a ton, there's Chris. And that's why you're not always keen on having him hit first.
Remember the start he got off to in April before he was hurt?
Yeah,
he was tearing the cover
off it. Yep. Well, a productive inning for the Diamondbacks. They get 2 off Jeff Francis in the second. agents, Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, your local consumer-owned electric cooperative delivering reliable power, energy-saving tools, and more. Visit togetherwesave.com. Well, there's not a formal save this week. The Rockies are in the midst of an 8-game losing streak, but Andrew Brown has demonstrated an arm that a lot of people may not have known he had. He's thrown 2 guys out at the plate this week and nearly a third. Tyler Colvin will lead things off, and then Andrew Brown and DJ LeMahieu in the bottom of the second. There's Brownie. Has there ever been a ball player named Brown that wasn't called Brownie?
No. It's the easiest nickname to come up with, too.
Yeah, because, players aren't real creative typically.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, and hockey players especially. They just add an R to whatever your name is. You add an R and that's your nickname. Even if your name ends in an R.
Just double R.
Federer. Or sometimes they have to shorten it, like in the case of Adam Deadmarsh. It becomes Deader. Deadmarsher didn't work, so it's Deader.
Well, Fedorov would be the same Feder. Just shorten it up.
Yeah. Two on Colviner. And that's strike 3. And Tyler, I think, thought that was low. Jeff Nelson thought it was a strike, and his opinion is all that matters. 1 out.
Trying to go away, and that's why it looks so bad, because of the reach back across the body from Will Nieves. Trying to catch the outside corner, caught the inside corner. Here's last night for Brownie. The home run that's still traveling. It might just ended up on the interstate.
Well, Chris Caccione, the home plate umpire last night. Chris is working third this afternoon. You know, umpires obviously get to know all these players well, and they do have conversations. When Brown came up again, Chris said to him, he goes, "That was a bomb."
I'm sure Andrew just smiled and said, "Yes, it was."
He's not a big guy, but he generates a lot of power. And for those some folks he played with at the University of Nebraska, it was the same way. He had big time pop when he was playing in the Big 12. Nebraska was part of the Big 12 back then.
Played summer ball in Beatrice, Nebraska, in the Jayhawk League. We had the same manager, right?
You played Beatrice,
I played
right?
in Beatrice too. We had the same manager. It was fun conversing with him about that particular manager.
But that guy's been there a long time then.
Yes, a real long time.
2 outs, first 2 strikeouts of the ball game for Ian Kennedy, and that'll bring up DJ LeMahieu. DJ tripled last night, 1 for 4 overall. Strike 1 on DJ. A reminder to fire your questions during the 6th inning. It's Toyota Talk. Text Toyota to 720-720. And you'll be entered to win a 1-year family membership to the Denver Zoo. Oh, there's a Toyota Tundra not only in left field now, there's one out in center field. Oh, you know what? We passed that the other day. It's been there. Good looking truck.
It's on the concourse.
I missed him earlier. How's the Cowboy doing? He had a bounce in his step today?
He did have a bounce in his step. He was on the pregame show, made it back from Idaho after the Cowboys' overtime victory. He was excited about the quarterback play. I said, Cowboys still gave up 27 points, though. The details. We'll just outscore him.
He didn't get after the officials this week?
No, because Tracy Ringlesby is also the official scorer for today's game.
Well, there's a lot on his plate today, huh?
Pre-game show, official scoring.
Post-game
and
show.
Post-game.
Wow. Cowboy, that would be an F6. 2-0 Diamondbacks. Good one. Adam Eaton, a fly ball. Aaron Hill had the old swing and bunt. Jeff made a nice play on it. And Justin Upton came to bat and hit a convenient two-hopper to third. Learn about energy efficiency and how to save money in your home by visiting responsiblebynature.com. Aaron Hill will lead things off against Jeff Francis in the third. 2-0 Arizona. They've won the first two ball games in this series. They're 8-5 thus far against the Rockies in 2012. The Rockies will conclude the season against the Diamondbacks next week in Arizona. That's when I say next week. It's actually a week from tomorrow. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the following week.
Move the start time of the Wednesday game up.
Good.
Yeah. Well, they did that because of the extra wild card game possibility. It was scheduled for a 6:40 first pitch local time. They moved it to 4. 4 o'clock, 4:30.
That's a strange start time.
Yes.
Who was the Padres last year? They had all kinds of, you had to look every day. I mean, folks kind of get in baseball, and I'm sure you do at home as viewers, of knowing when the start times are. They don't deviate a lot during the week. It's usually, you know, here at Coors Field at 6:40, and Saturday 6 o'clock, and Sunday's 1 o'clock. Well, San Diego last year, I mean, they play them at 1, they play them at 2:05, they play them at 3:35.
They were just trying to keep up with the Cubs. Because the Cubs, I mean, you need an abacus to try to figure out how many different start times there are there. Night games, day games, 3 o'clocks, 12 o'clocks, 1s.
Justin Upton at the plate, 1-0 count. And a hook for a strike, 1-1. Time now for today's fun fact, brought to you by All Copy Products. Justin Upton last night scored a couple runs, so he has an even 100 on the season. Back-to-back years, in fact, he scored 100. And he's fourth in the big leagues in that department. Equates to 6.82 miles of base running. Not too many guys in the big leagues that have scored 100 runs in back-to-back seasons. Miguel Cabrera's done it, and Ian Kinsler will do it this year also. Kinsler sitting on 98. That's it. That have scored 100 runs in back-to-back seasons, as is the case with.
Well, Cabrera does
Upton.
it because he drives himself in all the time. Well, he's done it 42 times this year just via the home run. On pace for a triple crown is Miguel.
Yeah, the old line. He's in scoring position when he walks to the plate.
Kinsler has Josh Hamilton driving him in.
Last D-back player to drive in 100 consecutive seasons is a couple of doors down from us, Luis Gonzalez. Gonzo did it in 99 and 2000.
Forever be remembered for the base hit off of Rivera to win the World Series for the D-backs. Wasn't hit far, wasn't hit hard, but far enough and hard enough.
That's right. Tough one. Hopper, what a pickup by Rutledge, and the throw is not going to get him. Goldschmidt. How many times have we said this year? Goldschmidt has, forget deceptive running speed, he's fast.
He's above average. He is above average for a guy that is 230, 240. Josh Rutledge did everything he could to snag this, right himself, and make a strong throw to just try to get Goldschmidt. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. He was on the bag, ball in the glove. Doesn't get much closer than that from how far Josh was and how long the throw was.
Jason Kubel, after that base hit at the plate, he takes a strike. Kubel snapped an 0 for 23 slide yesterday with a couple of hits, and he singled to right center field back in the second inning that started the 2-run rally. The interesting thing about Kubel's assists this year in the outfield, he's played more games in the outfield this year than he ever did in Minnesota. He did a lot of DHing at Minnesota. 6th or 8th in the scorebook. Rockies trailing 2-0. When we come back, it'll be Francis in the top of the order. This afternoon. Stick around for Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy. We'll get to know Rockies' new pitcher, Rob Scahill, and we'll take a look at the moments of the week. It's Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy today after the game. Jeff Francis got the barrel out, ripped it in the hole, a base hit.
Second hit this season for Jeff.
That 0.36 average will skyrocket. Why all can't hit Kennedy? What's the matter, folks? Come on.
Classic left-handed swing. Just follow through, keeps both hands on the bat.
You did say that, didn't you?
Yes.
Jeff will appreciate that. Francis with the Rockies' first hit against Kennedy, and now Josh Rutledge, who was hit by a pitch, will take his turn.
Third time this season for Josh leading off.
Kennedy, a very successful pitcher, 14-game winner this year, but he will give up the home run. He's allowed 27 of them. What a play by Wheeler. And he gets the lead run. I thought that
was a sure double.
Third base. Yeah, exactly.
Sure double because of where Wheeler was playing. He was even with the bag. The reaction time is less than a half a second. Ball's hit, step, dive, get up, strong throw to Aaron Hill. Those are ones you're running down the baseline. First of all, I should have had a hit, but now two, I've got to keep running hard to stay out of the double play. Wheeler just goes in after Chris Johnson was hit on the hand and had to come out of the game.
Charlie Blackmon at the plate.
Oh, what a catch by a fan. That's why you bring your glove.
That's outside on Charlie. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rutledge with 1 out at first base. We have another good catch.
Well, it went off the second deck, off a seat down below, and then on the third rebound. A young fan without a glove, just bare hand snag.
Somebody else will have an opportunity now.
Oh,
and
that was it, yeah.
You know what? All
3
Gold
for 3.
Glovers. Yeah, we got a house full of Gold Glovers. Troy Polamalu's in the house also, or a friend of Troy's, and better borrow the jersey. I don't need no stinking glove. 1 and 2.
Brave man.
Blackmon strikes out. Third strikeout for Kennedy. up Jordan Pacheco, and we'll check our AT&T trivia question as well. Kirk Gibson and Don Baylor, two of the 4 people to win both the Most Valuable Player Award and Manager of the Year awards. Can you name the other 2? Last year, Kirk Gibson, Arizona captured the National League West. He was the National League Manager of the Year. There's Groove, 95. He was the Manager of the Year in the National League, guiding the Rockies in just their 3rd year to the postseason, the fastest an expansion team has ever gotten to the postseason.
The Giants captured the National League West last night.
They did. They're now 11 games up on the Dodgers. Again, it doesn't matter. As Jeff said, they clinched last night. But that's something. We thought that race was going to go to the last day.
Yeah, think how close they were when the Dodgers made that huge trade for Adrian Gonzalez. People were thinking, oh, they just go ahead and just start printing up the T-shirts and the hats because the Dodgers are going to win it.
Yeah, and it was around the same time that Melky Cabrera was suspended. I thought the combination of those 2 things, everybody had the Dodgers winning except the Giants. One and 2 the count. And a ground ball to second. Aaron Hill to Paul Goldschmidt, and the Rockies are done in their half of the 3rd. Rockies got their first hit. Jeff Francis got it. They trail 2-0. Root Sports is brought to you by Ford Explorer. Go do your exploring. Ford Explorer, go further. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Comcast, advertise your business locally on the networks people watch. Go to ComcastSpotlight.com for details. And by your Colorado Hyundai dealers and America's most fuel-efficient car company, Hyundai. Back at the ballpark, the Rockies trailing 2-0. Jeff Francis with the curveball to Ryan Wheeler. This is the first at bat for Wheeler. He had to come into the ball game for Chris Johnson, who was hit on the hand in the 2nd inning. Was that 4 or 5 good catches in a row in the stands? I think it's 4.
Number 4.
There's somebody in the first row of the upper deck with a glove made a catch. 1-2 on Wheeler. Wheeler lifts it to center field. Shallow center, left center now. Blackman will come on and make the catch. Let's answer the AT&T trivia question. Cody Ransom coming up. You have any idea on this one, Huey? 4 managers have captured an MVP award and a Manager of the Year award.
Dusty Baker, would he be on that award?
Gibson and Baylor. Frank Robinson and Joe Torre. Makes some sense, doesn't it?
Joe's going to manage the WBC team next spring.
Gibson, the '88 Dodgers. Groove in '79 with the Angels. Frank Robinson, 2-time MVP. Torrey won Manager of the Year awards twice with the Yankees. Don Baylor was saying the other day that Mike Trout, who he managed when Mike Trout, Donnie managed a Team USA club a couple of years ago, and Trout was 18, and Baylor, is looking down the roster, and he's seeing Dominic Brown, for instance, was on that team with the Phillies. Great prospects everywhere. A lot of guys were in the big leagues now. Most of the kids were 20, 21. And he goes, this 18-year-old kid, Mike Trout. So first time he watches Trout in the cage, he said, oh, okay, all right.
I got it.
Man, wow. Then he watched him run around the outfield. He said, oh. And Dominic Brown, unfortunately, in like the second inning of the first game, got injured. And Groove said, I couldn't, yell out for my next outfielder, Mike Trout, fast enough. And it had nothing to do with Dominic Brown going down. It's just like, hey, I got to see this kid play. And that's a fair ball. Cody Ransom is going to have a double. But Trout, who missed the first month of the season because he wasn't yet in the big leagues, Trout's going to break Baylor's long-standing record for runs scored with Euro Club the Angels.
Well over 40 stolen bases for Mike Trout, the home runs, and we saw what he did here at Coors Field. He has a chance to win Rookie of the Year and MVP.
Well, suffice it to say, Don Baylor is a big fan, as I think everybody is who loves baseball, of Mike Trout.
We were talking last night. We had the privilege of interviewing Missy Franklin and how humble she was. Mike Trout's the same way.
Yeah, I had a lot of people, I'm sure you did also, who caught that interview. Remark it, and we've all seen her interviewed many times, at just what a great kid she is. And I know both you and I went up to her mom afterward. Forget the swimming, we just complimented her on what a wonderful young lady she is, how poised she is,
the thoughtful answers.
And then I thought Joe Scott showed some poise too in his interview.
The tough one to follow up.
Joe's a little more experienced with that. But maybe not for long, because Missy probably conducts about 10 interviews a day, or has the last couple of months. One and one on Wilnie Avis. To short. Cody Ransom, who runs pretty well, got a good enough read that he crossed over on that. Boy, if you do it, you better make sure you get there.
You better be safe. Fans, there's still time to follow the Rockies on your phone with MLB.com and BAT 2012 app featuring pitch tracking highlights and more. Text at BAT to 31826.
Ian Kennedy at the plate. Sack bunt his first time. He'll be swinging here with 2 outs. And the 1-0 misses. 2-0 on Kennedy. 2-0 Arizona. Cody Ransom, who doubles at third. We're at the top of the fourth inning with Jeff Houston. I'm Drew Goodman. And a line drive. Oh, what a play by LeMahieu. What a grab by DJ LeMahieu. It's good to be 6'4" and in the right spot. That saved a run. Robs Ian Kennedy of a ribby. Of the fourth inning. What a great catch by DJ LeMahieu to rob Ian Kennedy.
Just reached out with the glove, the long frame, caught it just at the end of the webbing.
We said earlier he's a lot better hitter than his 0.85 average. Willeen Rosario will lead things off. Willeen walked on 4 pitches with Rutledge at second in the first inning. And he takes strike 1. Ground ball, base hit. That's Rosario's 10th hit in the last 3 1/3 games.
That's an average over 270 now. 271. And he hits the mistake. When a pitcher makes a mistake, he jumps on it. Have to pull the arms in closer to his body because of where the fastball was. Even if Cody Ransom comes up with it after the dive, he's not going to throw out Rosario.
Nelson hit a fly ball to right his first time up. To left, Kubel makes the running catch, 1 out. And that'll bring up Tyler Colvin.
All fans will receive a fan design t-shirt as part of the Fan Appreciation Day on the last home game of the season against the Cubs, September 27th, Thursday, a 1 o'clock game. And that's Not sure you'll get that T-shirt because that's her first Rockies game T-shirt, but you'll get a fan-designed one. Part of the Fan Appreciation Day.
Boy, Colvin had a pitch to hit, and he just missed it. Tyler's going to walk back to the dugout. The first guy he sees, he's going to say, I should have hit that ball in the third deck.
Can I have a do-over? Because I want that pitch back. We'll see how much he missed it from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Yeah, just the width of a baseball.
Two outs, Andrew Brown. That's a strike. Brown struck out his first time. 3 punch outs for Kennedy. Kennedy last year, ton of awards, 4th in the Cy Young award voting. He got MVP votes. He was 2nd in votes for the Gold Glove Award. Good block by Nieves. Jeff Francis above 70 pitches. Adam Ottavino continuing to throw in the Rockies bullpen, so does not look like Jeff will hang around to pitch the 5th inning.
If the Rockies were up, Jim might let him go back out there to see if he could have a quick 1, 2, 3 inning to get the W.
And Brown strikes out. Diamondbacks 2, Rockies nothing. We're off to the 5th inning. Of work for Jeff Francis. Pitch count gets him, and Adam Ottavino, who's the bridge man today, will take over. It'll be the top of the order. Adam Eaton, Aaron Hill, and Justin Upton facing Ottavino. And though Adams had a good year, his last 2 outings have been unlike what we've seen most of the year from him.
Yeah, and that's why the ERA is at 4.68. Adam trying to keep it down, but you look out to the strikeouts to walk ratio, that is still impressive with the number of innings that he's pitched. The last couple times, just watching him throw, he's throwing across his body slightly more than he did when he was in that good stretch earlier in the season.
Adam Eaton has hit the ball in the air twice, once to left center, once to center field. The ball in left center was caught by Blackman. Talked about how Eaton was the Pacific Coast League Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year. He hit .375 at 2 different levels this year. .375.
That's hard to do at the T-ball level.
Yeah. Well, you know, T-ball, you ought to hit .375.
Another good catch.
That's 5 for 5
without a glove. And this one was tougher, because he had to go down and get out of the seat. I got it.
Had to move. He showed good footwork.
Range.
And Eaton. Are you going to give him a punch out, or that ball hit the dirt?
He said it's a swing and a miss. The D-backs are yelling from the dugout that it was a foul ball.
Now, reluctantly, now Adam Eaton's going to depart. It is a strikeout.
Jeff Nelson immediately signaled it was a strikeout.
Aaron Hill, 2 ground outs. He takes strike 1. Two strikes on Hill. Jeff Francis's line, 4 innings, 2 runs, 5 hits. Did not walk a batter, did not strike a batter out. He did hit a batter. He hit Chris Johnson on the hand. Johnson had to depart. Jeff threw 75 pitches. Two and 2.
When the slider shows up.
Right center field. Colvin will field it on a hop, and Hill has a base hit. I'll bring up Justin Upton. Let's take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam. I know what we're going to. Either a play by a fan or, well, we're not going. This is not what we were going to. We're going to go to the Ian Kennedy line drive when we get a couple of technical things straightened out. Justin Upton, a ground ball to third and a fly ball to left field. Upton riding a 9-game hitting streak, hitting .412 during the stretch, and he takes strike 1. One ball, 1 strike on Upton.
They want to throw over to first. Aaron Hill, 14 of 19 in stolen bases.
Fouled the slider off 1-2. Slice to right, and that's going to drop. Upton with a base hit, and Hill goes first to third. Justin Upton with a 10-game hitting streak as he's greeted by Eric Young. Let's try again on our Coors Light freeze cam. So Ian Kennedy thinks he's got an RBI single to right center, and DJ LeMahieu stretches, reaches, and gloves that line shot that would have driven in a run. Is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Paul Goldschmidt coming up for Kirk Gibson's team. Arizona got 2 runs in the second inning. A single, a hit batter with 1 out, and then an RBI hit by Ransom, an RBI hit by Will Nieves.
Don't fall asleep with Justin Upton at first. 2 stolen bases. Friday night's game. I got an extra half step. Did Justin a moment ago.
Want to know on Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt at the plate with 42 doubles. Among the league leaders in that department. Second in fact.
Yeah, second in the National League.
Goldschmidt's batting average at .289 coming in. Second best among National League first basemen.
Ramos Ramirez is first with Milwaukee. He has 47 doubles. Fortuitous bounce off the back wall.
But Upton on the wild pitch at second base.
That's nowhere near where Willeen had set up.
Two runners out there for Goldschmidt. Going to get another catch here in the crowd. What do we got? I think we had a catch there too.
Six for the last 6.
Might have to sign some of these guys.
Just 2 of them with gloves. The other 4 barehanded.
That breaks a Coors Field record, an unofficial Coors Field record. 6
for 6.
6 in a row, handled without a miscue. Three-one in there, 3-2.
You know what? That counts. Only
it never hit the ground.
Never hit the ground. Okay, if it hits the ground, it's.
Well, it's
it
an
wouldn't
out.
count.
Yeah, you know what? I'll buy that.
Yeah. Ton of pressure on the next person.
I wonder if he realizes it. The backhanded pickup by Rosario
on a ball that hit foot and a half in front of home plate.
Yeah, and now the bases are loaded for Jason Kubel. Seemed like every time you looked up last night, the bases were loaded for Arizona.
They also left 12 guys on base.
And scored 8 runs on 13 hits. Strike one. Kubel has 88 runs batted in. 29 home runs is a career high. His previous best was 28. Oh, and 2 on Kubel, turned 30 earlier this year from Belfour, South Dakota.
That's rodeo country.
That is rodeo country. He went to high school in California. Oh, 2. Got him. So Ottavino with the second strikeout of the inning will now face another left-handed hitter, Ryan Wheeler, with the bases loaded.
Got ahead quickly with 2 strikes and then finished him off with the slider down and away from Kubel.
One and 0. Wheeler, another guy that was kicking butt at Reno in AAA when he was called up. He was leading not only Reno in RBIs, not only the PCL in RBIs when he was called up, he was leading all of minor league baseball in ribbies when he was called to the big leagues. 2-1. 6'3" and close to 240 pounds.
Well, last year in Mobile, 294, 16 home runs, 89 RBI. So he's been an RBI machine.
Two and 2.
He struck out Kubel with the slider down in that area. Does he go back down there, or does he bury to the back foot?
That's amazing. Not the 286 average, the 42 opportunities. He went slider. It's low, 3 and 2. 3 and 2 with the bases loaded. 42 opportunities in 2.5 games with runners in scoring position. That's this series so far in a nutshell. Walks, 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 32 hits.
You go for 42 in a week's worth of games.
And not close. Ball 4. A run will come home. Aaron Hill trots in. Ottavino has walked in a run. It's 3-0.
Walks again, back-to-back. Not back-to-back walks, but 2 walks in this inning. Last night, the Rockies.
8.
8 last night. Back in my book, looking at the night before. It was 10 the night before.
That's horrible. There's no other way to describe it. It's not big league. You can't walk 10 guys in a game.
Well, then you get 2 outs. You have the bases loaded. Chance to get out of it if you make 1 pitch.
Oh, 1 on Cody Ransom. Not much you can do but watch if you're Jim Tracy. Ottavino, for most of this year, as I said in his last outing, has been the ace of the bridge guys. That's pulled foul.
Last month has been a learning curve. Adam has been a starter in the minor leagues and learning how now to finish out the season as a reliever.
Two and two. Got him on a slider. In the inning, there were 2 hits, there were 2 walks. The last walk forced in a run. Diamondbacks middle of 5, 3-0 lead at Coors Field. to Root Sports on October the 5th, and the votes have been cast. They've been counted. You've selected Cherokee Trail visiting the Bruins of Cherry Creek. Keep doing that. Cherokee Trail and Cherry Creek. That'll be the game, first game this season. Stick around as we cover the best matchups leading up to the 4A and 5A championship games, the best in high school football right here on Root Sports. DJ LeMahieu leading off for the Rockies. They've been shut out thus far by Ian Kennedy. And Adam Ottavino will get just one inning of work as Matt McBride, at least right now, is in the on-deck circle.
Rob Scahill.
Well, we were going to get to know him better after the ball game on Rockies Weekly, and we'll perhaps learn even more about him
during
this
the game
afternoon prior to Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy.
Strong arm, a lot of strikeouts down in AAA.
Time for today's CenturyLink high-speed pitch. Fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. Jeff Francis, 88. Ian Kennedy, 92. Second time this year the Rockies have lost 8 consecutive games. Last time they lost 9 straight was last September. This ball in the air to Kubel and left. He'll get there. And Matt McBride will bat for Adam Ottavino. McBride's been swinging the bat well. Yesterday, coming off the bench, pinch hit in the 6th inning, had an RBI single, smoked the ball to center field. He had a 1-for-4 ball game on Friday night.
Just getting more comfortable. Been in the big leagues now for a while. Just that comfort level when you get here, how to act, what to do, the routine. Is it the same as what you were doing down in AAA?
So Ottavino works an inning, gives up a run on 2 hits, 2 walks, 3 punch outs. He had a wild pitch as well. 2 balls and a strike on McBride, 1 out in the 5th inning. 3-0, Rockies trailing. The 3rd straight year that Ian Kennedy has made at least 30 starts. One of 3 pitchers in Arizona's history to accomplish that feat. Randy Johnson and Brandon Webb, the other 2.
They'll go over 200 innings. Last year, 222 innings. The year before, 194. Workhorse.
We have a question here now. The seat actually caught that ball. Does that count?
No, it doesn't.
The streak's over.
Streak's over. Had to have been a fan.
He's so tough.
If you want to get in the record books, you have to be willing to work.
Oh, and McBride slams one back through the originator. And Matt continues to hit line drives. A pinch single again for McBride, 1 out, and that'll bring up Josh Rutledge.
4 for 12 as a pinch hitter. Line drive over the head of Ian Kennedy. This ball's going to be up right up in this area right there, and he gets those hands on top of the baseball. That is a hard pitch to get on top of, but Matt did.
Rutledge chases up.
That was the same place that Matt hit the base hit.
Rutledge hit by a pitch and a fielder's choice ground out. Bounces up there. 2-2. Boston beat Baltimore today 2-1 at Fenway, but the A's in the 9th inning leading the Yankees 5-4. And now it's a final. Oakland beat the Yankees 5-4.
Rebound after the heartbreaking loss yesterday.
I guess A-Rod in that 9th inning in a bid to tie up the baseball game hit one to the wall that was caught. Josh Reddick made the catch. That's an interesting race in the AL East and the AL West.
Well, there was some words of by Chavez yesterday that he didn't like the way they celebrated the home runs. That was the former third baseman of the Oakland A's. He thought it was high schoolish. You guys are Oakland saying we're just trying to win a ball game. We're having fun. Your payroll's 5 times ours.
Listen,
not quite that much, but I mean the A's are just in the 50 million range compared to New York.
Most of the guys in the Yankees couldn't name all the guys on the Oakland A's or half the guys on the Oakland A's. Let them celebrate. They've been one of the great stories of the game this year. Because if you could find me anybody on the planet who picked the A's to A, go to the postseason, or B, still be in the AL West race on September the 23rd,
only a true diehard A fan would. And even those guys.
Blackman, a sac bunt and a strikeout. Rockies have been out hit 7-4, trailing 3-0 against Ian Kennedy. That's going to drop. And the Rockies are going to set McBride. He's going to score. Upton has a problem. And now there's runners at second and third. 3-1 ball game. And the tying run is at second base. Blackman a base hit and then the error on Upton.
5th error of the season on Justin Upton.
Blackman will get a ribby.
And he should. Cue shot off the bat. And then it dies like a golf shot. Checks up, spins to Justin's left, can't reach down and grab it. He whiffed on that by a foot.
Jordan Pacheco at the plate, 1 out. Rosario's on deck. He went.
Barrel go past that. Didn't look like it did from the overhead. Doesn't matter. Bill Wilkie at first said he did. Strike 1.
Rutledge and Blackman aboard with a 1-1 count on Pacheco. And Jordan, a ground ball toward the middle of the diamond. The throw by Ransom's going to pull him off the bag. Infield hit, RBI, 3-2 game. So the Rockies right back in it with Arizona, and Rosario's coming up.
Jordan, where the hands go, they'll go straight towards the belly button to get inside the baseball. He you take advantage of the air from Justin Upton, moving the runners up to second and third. Because if they don't, that's more than likely a force out at second base. But now it's a base hit and RBI.
And Marlene Rosario coming up. Pacheco's got a 6-game hitting streak. Marlene is 10 for his last 14 at the plate. He's got the average up to 271.
.269 with runners in scoring position, 6 home runs, 38 RBIs. First pitch slider.
And Rosario does not have, an enormous imbalance home and road splits. He's hitting .282 at home, a very respectable .254 out on the road. 17 home runs at home, 9 out on the road. Down the line, fair ball, tie baseball game. Pacheco at third will get a stop sign. Rosario is officially unconscious. 11 for his last 15. His 69th RBI has tied it here in the 5th.
18th double. Well, don't wake him up if he's unconscious. Let him continue to swing the hot bat. When you're in the zone, you feel invincible when you stand at the plate. Throw me a pitch anywhere you want. I'll hit it. I'll hit it hard, hit it past people. Marlene is there. It's a fun place to be.
Chris Nelson, runners at second and third. Out front on the off speed, it's 0-1. Got a fastball and he pulled it foul. Matt Albers having to throw and warm up quickly. 3 runs here in the 5th inning. Began with the 1-out pinch single by Matt McBride. Fastballs away.
Field's back, just get it on the ground. So we have to get some new lumber. The 2013 season tickets are available. Request info for the season tickets or a mini plan. Go to ColoradoRockies.com/2013 tickets.
One and two the count on Nelson. Pacheco at third, Rosario at second. Great numbers for Nelson with runners in scoring position.
Good eye.
2-2. Jim Tracy was expressing his delight with how well Chris has handled himself with 2 strikes most of this year. Trying to do it again here. 2-2 count.
That's where he goes to right field.
It's a good job of covering a 4-seam fastball away. Pitcher's pitch.
When you think away with 2 2 strikes, you can react in, but the sliders are not, you're not as vulnerable to sliders when you think that way.
Came in on him and struck him out. 2 outs, and it'll be left Tyler Colvin unless they pass on the left-handed hitter and go to Andrew Brown and go right on right with first base open. An option.
Just looking down in the dugout, no sign from Kurt Gibson to do that. Now Will's down in his catching position.
Got Colvin twice, struck him out and got him on a fly ball to right field. As we remarked when he hit it, it's a ball he'd like to have gotten back. Center cut fastball he just missed. One of the differences between the Rockies and the Diamondbacks in these first 2 games of the series. Diamondbacks won 8-7 yesterday. As we documented, the Rockies walked 8 yesterday. Arizona didn't walk anybody. And you look at this inning, and the Rockies have put a 3 spot on the board, but it's with 5 hits.
They've earned it. No free passes.
This is popped up, and Davis will not have a play.
Just 1 walk by Arizona in the 3 games. That was in the first inning to Willeen Rosario. Maybe an inning and a half left before the light standards shadow creeps in between home plate and the pitcher's mound.
Yeah, you want to have the lead when the old light standard becomes a factor. 1-2, and he struck him out. Kennedy gives up 3 in the inning, but he avoids further damage by striking out Nelson and Colvin with 2 runners in scoring position. 3-3. As you look at the Comcast Spotlight game summary, the hits even. The only error, Justin Upton's last inning. All those runs, by the way, were earned against Ian Kennedy. He's got 5 hits in the inning. New pitcher for the Rockies, Rob Scahill. Third utilized this afternoon already for Jim Tracy. Francis gave the Rockies 4. Ottavino gave them 1. 2 runs against Francis, 1 against Ottavino.
Fourth game for Rob. 4 innings, 1 strikeout, just 2 hits given up. AAA at Colorado Springs, 9-11 with the 5.68 ERA, but in 152 innings pitched, had 159 strikeouts. Chatting with Renee Latchman yesterday, who was the hitting coach down at Colorado Springs, has been that for a few years now, was talking about how much the humidor helped down there this year. Not only being able to evaluate the hitters better, but the pitchers. Said it made a big difference.
Still great hitters park, but the team ERA isn't 37 anymore.
Well, they didn't give up as many home runs.
Will Nieves is going to step in first against Rob Scahill. These two had to overlap in Colorado Springs this year. Anthony's first strike. Good slider. The safety net, Vinny, right behind home plate. How often is it changed? I wonder if they've ever changed it. You know, maybe there's been a hole once or twice they had to repair. I can't imagine. That's a base hit to right for Nieves, second of the ball game. Do I foresee the Diamondbacks winning a wild card spot this season? I just think there's too many teams for them to jump over.
That's the biggest thing. It's not the games back 4.5. That's going to be hard to do in 10 or 11 games, but there's 3 other teams in front of you. Question about the umpires. What do they do in the offseason? Nothing.
Visit the optometrist. No. God, who wrote that in? Somebody handed me a card. These umpires do a great job. Anything where you're getting 98, 99% of the calls right, and I know players get upset, managers get upset, but if you think about it, all the bang bang plays in baseball, and they're getting them right at a 4.0 clip. You know, if that's
balls
your
GPA. Balls and strikes are looking at 94 to 95% success ratio.
And they do get reviewed after every game.
And that's new.
You got to, and Huey, there's a big day coming up for the umpires. Chatting with a couple of guys prior to the ball game. Next Saturday, a lot of these guys will find out if they're getting a postseason assignment.
Be a feather in their cap, because that's how it's not just based on service time. It's your reviews. It's how you've been rated.
It's been done. They're doing it on merit now. This is no, that guy's been in the league 20 years. Let's give him a divisional series. So Kennedy doesn't get the bunt down. 1 out.
Somebody wants to know why Baltimore Chop's called the Baltimore Chop. It came about in Baltimore. They used to water the infield dirt right in front of home plate to help their pitchers, and that's how it became known throughout baseball as the Baltimore Chop.
Adam Eaton's 0 for 3. Will Nieves at first. this crew's got some big series coming up. They're going to go to Detroit after the series here in Denver. And, you know, obviously Detroit's playing important ball games. And then I think they have is it a Nationals-Cardinals series?
About the schedule, we talk about the scheduler just trying to figure out the baseball schedule, but figuring out umpires and their rotations, where they go,
and they get
vacation time,
the
and then if a person gets injured, calling up they call vacation umpires from AAA.
Runner going, swung on and missed. Nieves is not even going to slide.
I risked the strawberry. It was a hit and run. He didn't hit it. Will's out by 5 feet. Throw on the money. Well, just run into the tag. DJ starts to put the tag down where he's going to slide. Nope.
Actually, that's a far more dangerous play.
He should have just slid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so easy to pull a muscle.
Twist an ankle. Hurt a knee.
1 and 2 on Eat. Bouncer to second. Turns into a very nice inning for Rob Scahill. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Tied at 3. Back. Well, Arizona got a 2-0 start in the 2nd inning. Cody Ransom an RBI single against Jeff Francis. Will Nieves after a lengthy at-bat line to single to left to drive in a run. They would get another run to go up 3-0, and the Rockies came back with 3 in the 5th. Willeen Rosario an RBI double to tie it up. That's brought to you by Cooney Lexus, where luxury has an address. Andrew Brown, DJ LeMahieu. and the pitcher spot in a 3-3 game in the 6th inning. Kennedy misses, ball 1. Andrew Brown, a couple of strikeouts so far against Ian Kennedy. One and two. This ball's well hit to right field. Going back and making the grab is Upton right at the wall. So Brown gave it a ride. Upton hauled it in.
Off the bat, looked like he was going to have a possible double. Upton came in a stride. We had to retreat. Caught it 3 feet in front of the wall. Looking the ball all the way into his glove.
Strike on LeMahieu. And another one, 1 and 2. You talk about the elite pitchers in either league. I think it always begins with fastball command. You always, when describing those pitchers very early on, will say, man, they're able to spot their fastball on both sides of the plate.
Because it's trying to disrupt the timing of a hitter, but if you hit your spots with your fastball.
That's an inside-out swing that is going to work as a double for LeMahieu right down the first base line.
He tried to spot the fastball into DJ. He hit it down the line for his 11th double this season. Ran back inner third and inside out. Kicks off the wall in right field, and then Justin Upton bobbled this. He was thinking he had a shot to get DJ, but with the bobble, can't do it. But to finish that point, if a pitcher has fastball command, hitters go up to the plate, have to think about hitting that fastball. And then that sets you up, and you're disrupting your timing with the off-speed pitches.
Rob Scahill hitting for himself. Ball and a strike. Ball's pretty well struck. It's going to go foul, but
it is
good contact. To first, 2 outs. Josh Rutledge will come up, go ahead, run at third base. Runs and hits all even, 3 and 8. And Rutledge fouled off that first pitch. 0-1. Josh is 1 for 2 in his hit by pitch. Single scored last inning. Here's the 1-1. Outside 2-1.
.111th up pitch upcoming for Ian Kennedy. Impressive strike to ball ratio. 73 to 38.
Pretty typical of Kennedy. 3-1, swung on a miss, 3-2. Go ahead run at third. LeMahieu a double. There's 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th inning. Ball 4. Blackman coming up.
Does he go get him or does he let him finish the game? Well, he's going to let him finish if Charles Nagy is going out. He is the pitching coach and he's out on a jog. This isn't to buy time or replace the pitcher. Albers has just been out there standing.
Second walk allowed by Kennedy. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Blackman, sac bunt, strikeout, RBI single.
Bunt for a base hit is there for Charlie, as deep as Wheeler is playing at third. I know Kennedy's a good athlete, but just push it towards third. You can walk home, and so can DJ LeMahieu.
Yeah, if you're comfortable doing it, you got a 240-pound third baseman.
Yeah, I mean, just right in that area, and it's a base hit, RBI.
Outfield pretty much straight up with Blackman. Infield straight up. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. He didn't catch up. It's 1-2. A long road back to good health for Charlie Blackman. Foot injury last year. He He was off to a really good start in his major league career once he was called up, and then he dealt with turf toe. This is in the air to shallow center field, and it's going to drop. The Rockies take the lead, throw to third, out at third. As Rutledge is cut down by Eaton, the run scores. Charlie Blackmon's bloop singles gives the Rockies a 4-3 advantage. Alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more for the Rockies Taco Special. Text the keyword taco to 720-720. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. You can go to Taco Bell later today. The Rockies scored 7 yesterday. With Jeff Houston, I'm Drew Goodman. Aaron Hill will lead off in the top of the 7th inning. Second inning of work for Rob Scahill. The Rockies down 3-0 now have a 4-3 lead, courtesy of that single off the bat of Charlie Blackmon.
And then no man's land in between shortstop and center field. Charlie battling from a 1-2 count. 7th RBI of the season.
Scahill has 3 hitters in the inning, and hopefully, from his standpoint, he wants to retire all of them. If it goes beyond that, you'll see Matt Reynolds, because then you have Kubel and Ryan Wheeler, 2 left-handed bats. And Jim Tracy in the 7th inning is going to mix and match. Let me correct that. It's now Brothers up. So you can see Brothers, but Rockies will mix and match here in the 7th inning and then hand the baseball to Belisle, assuming they still have a lead in the 8th.
There are a few left-handers on the bench for Arizona. They have 4 of them. Jacobs, or excuse me, just 3 now because Wheeler's in the game, but Jacobs, Gerardo Parra, and Miguel Montero.
Some good ones. One and 2. That ball's left up and it's ripped to left. Aaron Hill with a lead double. That's his 40th double of the year. So he joins Paul Goldschmidt in the 40 double club. Hanger.
And just flat. Speeds your bat up as a batter. Wanted to go down here, doesn't get down there. It's belt high. Not the tight spin, the tight dot that you would like to see from the slider. Aaron Hill did what you're supposed to do with those. He hit it for a double.
Upton at the plate, way inside. Jack knifed him, 1-0. Justin Upton with a single in the 5th inning to extend his hitting streak to 10 ball games. He's hit well over 300 over the last 5 weeks. Got the average up above 280. Two and 0, and Bo McLaughlin will go out and visit. Bo does this more than any pitching coach. You know where I'm going with this.
2-0.
Yeah, usually, you know, after a couple of hits in a row, or maybe a couple of hits and a walk, you'll see the pitching coach go out, and it's not right or wrong. It's just his style seems to be he'll come out in mid-count.
He wants to stop it
most of the time.
Yeah, we'll stop it before it really snowballs.
Two O's fouled off. Tying run at second, nobody out. Aaron Hill a leadoff double in the 7th. And a line shot to LeMahieu. That seems to be the popular place to hit it today.
That one was easier than the line drive off the bat of Ian Kennedy. It wasn't hit any softer. It was easier because it was at him.
Paul Goldschmidt 1 for 2 and a walk. Ground ball to second. That'll move the runner up. 2 outs.
He's going to go get brothers for Kubel.
Pitching change with the Rockies ahead by a run. Rob Scahill goes an inning and 2/3. He walks off. Back right after this. College Invest savings account would be a wonderful gift for your grandchild. And your contributions are deductible on your Colorado state income taxes. Start a savings plan for your grandchild. It's the stuff heroes are made of. Check it out at collegeinvest.org. Here's the situation. The Rockies holding a 4-3 lead. They were behind 3-0. 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Aaron Hill a leadoff double. Scahill got the next 2. Hill's now at third. Rex Brothers is on to face Jason Kubel.
Left-handers hitting a measly .216 off of Rex with just 1 home run given up.
Kubel hitting .237 against lefties.
More and more first pitch sliders from Rex. First pitch coming out of the pen. First half of the season it was fastball, and now it's a 50-50 ratio.
If he calls for it again and it's in the dirt, we've talked about this a lot, you know, pressure on Rosario, especially you get to that 0-2 count, because pitchers obviously try to throw the perfect slider in an unhittable spot. They'll try to spike it a lot of times in the dirt. His slider's close to, you know, in the upper 80s. There it is right there, an 88-mile-an-hour slider.
Call for it, relax the hands, relax the body. Think of moving laterally first, see where it is, and then react. And here's the slider.
Reach back 1 and 2. Two, left field, Blackmon's wait, got it. Good job by Rex Brothers to get Jason Kubel and leave Aaron Hill at third. Leadoff double for the Diamondbacks, and he does not score. So an inning and 2/3 of scoreless relief from Rob Scahill. It is stretch time. It's Sunday as well, so we will stick around for a rendition of God Bless America here at Coors Field.
Please direct your attention to the field for a special recognition. Joining us today as an invited guest of the Colorado Rockies is Staff Sergeant Gabe Hoggett from Denver. Staff Sergeant Hoggett serves in the United States Army and is stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Fans, please give a warm Coors Field Heroes welcome to Staff Sergeant Hoggett and all of our nation's brave men and women. Thank you for your sacrifice and service to our great nation. Fans, please rise as we honor our great country by the performance of God Bless America. Performing God Bless America today, representing the United States Air Force Academy Band, is Master Sergeant Jeffrey Hatfield. Please welcome Master Sergeant Hatfield and join him by singing along to God Bless America.
Rockies holding a 4-3 lead, bottom of the 7th inning at Coors Field. Rockies just 5-20 on Sundays this year. And they'll have Jordan Pacheco, Willeen Rosario, and Chris Nelson. New arm on the hill. Matt Albers is out there. And Albers with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball gets a head strike one.
Albers came over from Boston in the Craig Breslow deal. July 31st trading deadline. 172 batting average against. Live arm. Hard fastball, hard slider.
Good news for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The X-rays on Chris Johnson's hand came back negative, so it's a bruised hand, and naturally is listed as day-to-day. Albers fools Pacheco. He pops it up in the middle of the diamond. The baseball draws a crowd, and the loudest man, Ryan Wheeler, gets to field it.
One of our treats during the 7th inning stretch is to be able to throw Cracker Jacks out from our booth to our fans down below. But our cameraman, okay, there it is. They had a little backhand toss. Russell Cunningham right on top of the shot. All right, Russell. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you.
No response.
Okay, there it is. He's just locked in that shot behind home plate.
I'll tell you who's locked in. That's Willeen Rosario. A walk, a single, and a double. He has 3 straight 3-hit games coming in, and he's got 2 today. (2-0) on Albers, or Albers on Willeen.
Why not?
His 4th straight 3-hit ball game. That's amazing. What a run by Rosario.
275 batting average.
He's 12 for his last 16.
Might take us 15-20 seconds to run through all these hits that Willeen has. It's singles, it's doubles, it's home runs.
And that one deep in the hole, and they're going to get the force at second. Nice job by Ransom. As he got it to Aaron Hill, Rosario forced. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Tyler Colvin. Tyler 0 for 3. Ball and a strike.
Spend too much time worrying about Chris at first base, and you'll make a mistake and Tyler will make you pay. Chris just 2 stolen bases this season.
Two and one. Right at Aaron Hill. That'll close the book on the 7th inning. We'll go to the 8th. The Rockies leading 4-3 against the Diamondbacks, trying to snap an 8-game slide. A sunny Sunday afternoon in the latter part of September. The Rockies leading 4-3. Wheeler had to come in the ball game early for Johnson. He'll lead things off. The left side, Ryan Wheeler, and now he's being called back. That's not a surprise, and they're going to go to their bench and find a right-handed bat.
You know, as soon as he's announced, Jim will hop out.
Bring in Matt Belisle for Brothers.
Bring in the right-hander.
John McDonald. I guess he's been announced. He's already in the batter's box. We didn't hear it. Sometimes with our headset on, we don't catch it. But McDonald's at the plate, so obviously he's been announced. Brothers will go after him. You got Cody Ransom behind him, but you can pinch hit for Ransom. Well, you're not going to pinch hit for Ransom. You let him go. I mean, McDonald could go in the game at shortstop. It depends what happens in this inning for Kirk Gibson. This is where the deep benches give you a lot of options.
And Jake Elmore, who's a right-hander on the bench, he could go in and play defense for you.
1-1. base hit for John McDonald. He's had a big series, 6 for 10 in the series for John McDonald.
He's hitting .500 for the last 5 games.
Hear from our own Cowboy every week by visiting the Write 'Em Cowboy section of the Root Sports website. Hall of Famer Tracy Ringlesby will bring you Rockies game notes, interesting insights into the team and its players. Check out his game notes on the Rockies and Diamondbacks by visiting rootsports.com/Rocky Mountain. Now Jim Tracy's going to go to the mound. He's going to get Rex Brothers and bring in Matt Belisle. So a leadoff single by John McDonald. Nobody out here in the 8th inning. 4-3 Colorado. Especially in September when the rosters are expanded. Rockies leading 4-3. Leadoff single off the bench from John McDonald. Now Miguel Montero will pinch hit for Cody Ransom with Matt Belisle on the hill.
Well, you don't mind this matchup because of the numbers of Montero against Belisle. 0 for 9 in his career against Matty. How many times you can say that with Montero striding to the plate?
One strike to count on Montero. Miguel 4 for 9, 3 driven in this series. First game in the last 20. He has not started behind the plate. He reached in all 20. 0-2.
If he hits it on the ground, a good guy to double up. But he takes a home run swing. He's not going to cut down the swing with 2 strikes. It's all or nothing.
Fastball at 93 off the plate. Matt with a career high 77 appearances. 70 plus each of the last 3 years.
Durable.
Durable and good. It's a nice combination.
Best combination to have for a reliever. He doesn't have the moniker like everyday Eddie Guardado for Minnesota, but close.
And he gets Montero.
0 for 10 in his career versus Belisle.
Will Nieves will come up. Nieves 2 singles and 3 trips today. McDonald at first, the tying run. Mike Jacobs in the on-deck circle.
How many guys do you see anymore hitting with just a single batting glove?
And not as many. You didn't use them, did you?
No. If it was really cold, I did. Once summer rolled around.
Davis upset with himself. He got a pitch he thought he should put in play.
And he should have. But a big swing.
One and two. No swing.
Those are the blocks you like to see from Moline. The ones that you have to make. Notice how he's sliding over, his momentum's going out that way. Drops the glove down, works down to up. Softly cradle the ball. Throw off the mask and recover. Keep the runner at first.
That is going to be another base hit for Nieves. McDonald, the tying run, stops at second. Third hit for Will Nieves. And Mike Jacobs will come up. Mike Jacobs. Against Matt Belisle.
Jacobs 3 for 9 against Matt.
He's had a couple at bats in this series, 0 for 1 and a walk. Six seasons with the Mets, Marlins, Royals. He has 100 home runs on the dot in 556 games.
Playing him to pull. Tyler Colvin in center field is a good 10 to 12 feet on the right center field side.
And a base hit right center field that'll tie up the game. McDonald coming around, going first to third is Nieves. Mike Jacobs off the bench with a huge single in the 8th inning. Tied at 4.
They had him to the pull side, but Willeen wanted the ball away, cut back. Look how far Willeen has to reach back across from where he had set up. And Jacobs makes him pay with a single to right center.
Adam Eaton 0 for 4. He's shown in his first couple of weeks in the big leagues a tough out. Go ahead run at third. It's one of those
and
guys.
Fast.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to bring up. This is one of the last guys, this type of player, one of the last guys you want to see in this situation. He gets the ball typically in play. Very hard because when you mentioned the speed to double up. 1 out, first and third situation.
So it would have to be hit crisply right to a fielder to turn 2.
Good pitch by Belisle. 0-2. Struck out in the 5th inning against Ottavino on a slider. See if Matt goes to the hard breaking ball. He needs a punch out. He did. Strike 3. Big strikeout of Eaton. 2 gone.
And that time he put it where he wanted it, where Willeen called for it. Two fingers together. Just rotate the wrist. You get the strikeout.
Aaron Hill 1-1 count. Look out. 1-2. 2 outs, 1-2 count on Hill, first and third. Bounce foul over the head of Nieves, the go-ahead run. John McDonald singled off Rex Brothers off the bench to lead the inning off after an out. Nieves singled, then Jacobs singled to tie it up down the line, foul. It's the 23rd pitch for Belisle, and it's a 2-2 count. Hill a single and a double and 4 at bats this afternoon. In the series, 5 hits, couple doubles, a triple. He has driven in 5. And this ball is well hit left field, and it's going to get on out of here. Aaron Hill has now driven in 8. And he just gave the Diamondbacks a 7-4 lead in the 8th. Lengthy at bat between Aaron Hill and Matt Belisle. And Hill with his 24th home run of the year. And Arizona now leads it by a 3 spot.
Aaron Hill kept fighting off pitches. Finally got one to his liking and didn't miss it. In the 7th inning, Rob Scahill threw him a hanging slider. He hit for a double. This time it was a hanging slider from Matt Belisle, and he hits it 6 rows deep.
Justin Upton at the plate, 1 for 4. 4 runs here in the 8th inning. Diamondbacks trailed at 4-3. The addition of Hill from a year ago is turning into a brilliant move by Kevin Towers.
He's hitting .301 in a Diamondbacks uniform. And
last year, Huey, just to pick up on that, he hit .315 for Arizona after the trade in 124 at bats.
And he has just as much power as Kelly Johnson, but there's not the empty at bats that you would get from him. With Aaron Hill, they're more productive. Yeah, he will strike out. But with Kelly Johnson, it was a strikeout or a home run. Hill's got other tools to play along.
He's only struck out 100 times once in his career, and that was 102. Upton strikes out to end the inning. That was 102 back in 2008 or 2007. He had 608 at bats. So you're right. He gets the ball in play. He just got it in play, sort of. 7-4 Arizona. The Diamondbacks now have a 7-4 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. John McDonald got the rally going with a pin single. Stays in the ball game at third base, and Matt Lindstrom is on the hill. There's a new shortstop also, and that is Jake Elmore. Matt Lindstrom, the former Rocky with the Baltimore Orioles earlier this year. He was part of the Jason Hamill trade in the offseason.
Just one walk in the last 18 games, 18 2/3 innings for Matt. That was prior to coming over from Baltimore. Jake Elmore, the second ASU product to play for the Arizona Diamondbacks, is now taken over for Cody Ransom.
Well, last year Lindstrom threw the ball well on the road, struggled at Coors Field. Here's the 1-0 on Andrew Brown. Big swing and a miss. 1-1.
Still has the power arm. Just confirming all the lineup changes.
Hard on the ground is short. And Elmore throws out Andrew Brown. Give you an update on the wild card race in the National League. Atlanta looks like they've sewn up a spot. We've talked about that. St. Louis is being chased by Milwaukee. Now, Milwaukee won today, so did St. Louis. The Dodgers are 2 back. Arizona's still right there. They're 3 back. Milwaukee goes to Washington beginning tomorrow. St. Louis goes to Houston.
Told you last night. Who did I say?
Cardinals.
No, I picked the Brewers.
You did?
Yes.
Well, they got the tougher sledding over the next few days. They have to play in Washington.
Yeah, but they finish up at home. They have Houston at home for 3 and San Diego for 3 at home to finish.
It's going to be fun. $32,488 at the ballpark this afternoon. 2-0 count on DJ LeMahieu. .96-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Cardinals beat the Cubs today 6-3. Loesch now, Kyle Loesch, how about this? 16-3. Jason Mott is 40th save. Pirates beat the Astros 8-1. 103 losses now for Houston. Pirates are 75 and 77. Braves 2-1 over the Phillies. Hudson his 16th victory. Cliff Lee took the loss. Craig Kimbrell is 39th save. Outside. Brewers over the Nationals 6-2.
Milwaukee has the carryover to tomorrow in Washington.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's not their next series. I'm sorry, I confused everybody. That's base hit in center field. DJ LeMahieu off the glove of Aaron Hill. Let's take a look at our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. Andrew Brown yesterday. This is the definitive Cold Hard Blast. Landed somewhere in the neighborhood of the Heltberger store up on the top of the concourse and then bounded into the players' parking lot. Carlos Gonzalez will pinch hit here.
Jonathan Herrera was out on the on-deck circle, and he would have hit if DJ had not reached first base. But with one swing of the bat, Carlos could pull you within a run.
Strike on the corner. Again, Cargo not playing right now, relegated to a pinch hitting role because of the hamstring injury. That ball's lined to left. It's going to twist foul. Oh, 2 count.
Throw him anything inside, or does he keep it away from him? They're going to toss to first. They're just trying to stand him up. They gave the sign like he wanted him to throw over. It was just a pitch up and in.
And another foul ball by Gonzalez. Again, Cargo safe at first because Goldschmidt was off the bag. Wow. And Cargo's not going to run hard because of the hamstring. That should have been a double play from Arizona's perspective. Instead, there's 2 outs, and Rutledge will come up, and you'll get a pinch runner for Gonzalez.
The inexperience of Jake Elmore at shortstop showed on this throw.
Carlos Torres will be the pinch runner for Gonzalez.
Bill Wilkie with the correct call.
Rutledge hit by a pitch. Fielder's choice ground out, a single and a walk. Seven runs, 13 hits, and an error for the Diamondbacks. 4 runs, 11 hits for the Rockies. They've not committed an error, though they lead the major leagues with 119 errors.
8 more than San Diego.
8 more than the highest team in the American League as well. Base hit center field for Rutledge. Torres will stop at second. That'll bring up Charlie Blackmon. Hernandez did not throw Friday night. I'm a little surprised, normal 3-run lead, why it wasn't Hernandez in the 8th and puts in the 9th for Kirk Gibson.
Well, Ziegler is now up, but you're right. Hernandez is the 8th inning guy. He only had 11 pitches last night, 9 of them for strikes. So unless he was hurting today when he came into the clubhouse, the 8th inning is his.
Blackmon pounds it into the ground, foul. 0-1. Trevor Cahill, Tyler Chatwood tomorrow in the series finale. Rockies again trying to end an 8-game slide. It's a 2-strike count now on Blackmon. And that is going to be gloved in foul ground by Goldschmidt. So Lindstrom gives up a couple hits. He leaves 2 on. We'll go to the 9th inning. 7-4 Arizona at Coors Field. Southwest Airlines. Find their fares online only at southwest.com. By College Invest. Are you saving for college or just talking about it? By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. By StubHub. Fans want to be here in person the next time your Rockies take the field. Just head to StubHub and choose your seats today. And by Ram Trucks. Feel the power of Ram Trucks now during Ram Power Days. 9th inning at Coors Field. The Rockies trail 3-0 early. And then they took a 4-3 lead. They now find themselves down 7-4 as we check in with Mark Stout out in center field. Mark?
Yep, Drew, Toyota post-game show coming up right here in center field. King of the Hill, that's second baseman for Arizona, Aaron Hill. 3 ribbies, the home run, 2 runs. He's really owned this series thus far. And Roy Zario, Willeen, making his case for Rookie of the Year. 3 more hits. We'll talk about that. Hear from the skipper coming up after the game on the Toyota postgame show. Drew?
All right, Mark, thank you. Will Harris is in the baseball game to throw the 9th inning. Paul Goldschmidt will lead things off. Ground ball, base hit through the right side for Goldschmidt. That's his second hit of the game. 14 hits and 7 runs. So it's now 30 runs and 46 hits in the first 3 games for Arizona. 30 runs, 46 hits. That's an average of more than 15 hits and right at 10 runs a game. You're not going to. I know it's Coors Field. I don't care. You're not going to win.
No.
If you have the opposition putting up those kind of numbers against your pitching. It's pretty simple.
Well, it's reminiscent of that San Francisco series back in August here at Coors Field. You can only ask so much of your offense to keep coming back and putting up runs, but they put up the runs in this game, or in this series. I mean, 7 last night, 5 the night before, 4 tonight, and you still have 1 more at bat to go.
Kubal's 1 for 4. John McDonald's on deck.
See,
Where'd
that's
the
smart. That's
popcorn
smart.
go? That's not right.
Oh, just to get the big bag of popcorn to keep them entertained. And it's not as sticky. But it's not as sticky as the cotton candy.
Well, here's the problem. She's having trouble finding the opening.
That's part of the fun.
No, when you're 2, it's you want what you want. It's not a maze. Mom's not having any problem. Who's reaching in? Who's this? Just looking around saying, this is not community popcorn. This is my popcorn. 2-2.
I didn't like that piece. There we go.
That was a good kernel. Padres in the 7th leading the Giants. Giants clinched last night the NL West, so the lineup they rolled out today was reflective of that. Anybody who was called up in September that hasn't been getting a lot of PT, they're in the lineup. Peguero and Pill, and that's fouled off.
Manuel Burris play.
Yeah, Manuel Burris started it short. Mets beat the Marlins today at Citi Field 3-2. David Wright is 19th. Mentioned the Brewers over the Nationals 6-2. Braves beat the Phillies. We talked about that. Pirates over the Astros. Cardinals over the Cubs 6-3. American League Angels beat the White Sox 4-1. Weaver won his 19th. 3-2. Kendrys Morales' 22nd home run.
Weaver missed some time.
He did. He was on the DL. In the bottom of the 8th inning, the Rangers leading in Seattle 3-2. Napoli is 20th. Most notable home run in that ball game. Twins and Tigers go tonight. Down the line foul. Yankees at the stadium lost to the A's. The high flying A's 5-4. The Athletics win it. Blevins gets the win. Grant Balfour's 20th save. Swisher is 22nd for the Yankees. Cliff Pennington is 6th for Oakland. Twins actually playing a day-night doubleheader because the Twins won the afternoon affair 10-4.
They were rained out on Friday.
Red Sox beat Baltimore 2-1. Baltimore was desperately trying to take that thing to extra innings.
Yeah, where they're
16 straight. Rays beat the Jays 3-0. B.J. Upton's hot.
26.
He hit his 26th. Fernando Rodney is 44 save. Runner going, and that is ball 4. So Will Harris has given up a base hit, and now he's walked Jason Kubel, and that'll bring up John McDonald. McDonald started that rally in the 8th inning with a leadoff pinch single. Here's the American League wildcard standings. Baltimore and Oakland right now in the driver's seat. The Angels 2.5 back. Tampa 3.5 back. Detroit, their only realistic route to the postseason is to win the Central.
Right now they are
in the Central. They're
a half a game behind, but they won, but also they lost.
They lost and Detroit lost, right?
The White Sox
read the score.
Yeah.
White Sox lost 4-1, and then Detroit, they're playing 2 today.
Lost the first game.
They lost the first game 10-4, so it's a push. It's still a half a game. But if they were to lose tonight, it'd be a dead heat when they wake up tomorrow morning. One and one the count. There's that race in the American League Central. McDonald places a bunt down, and the sacrifice 1-4, second and third, 1 out for Jake Elmore. First at bat for Elmore.
Give Jake Elmore, the rookie, put him in a better position. That's why Kirk Gibson sacrificed with John McDonald. Elmore can handle the bat, so the squeeze is an option.
The only American League score I didn't give you, the Indians had a good day offensively. They win in Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium 15-4. Will Harris, very deliberate.
He's got to pick up the tempo.
Two and one. That's 3 and 1. Nobody in the Rockies bullpen. Diamondbacks got 2 runs in the second. A run in the top of the 5th. Rockies tied it with 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Went ahead in the bottom of the 6th. Couldn't hold it. Rex brothers Matt Bilal gave up 4 in the 7th, and a couple more are probably going to score right here. Well, Jake Elmore makes it 9-4. So Elmore on his first plate appearance of the afternoon gets a 2-run single. And for Elmore, that's RBIs 5 and 6.
Will Harris falling behind in the count. Jake Elmore with the infield in, just trying to square the baseball up, doesn't overpower, try to do too much, hits it up the middle. A couple more runs for Arizona.
Will Nieves had a big day against the Rockies. A 3-hit afternoon for Will, giving Miguel Montero a day off.
You make your manager look like a genius when you do that. Give the starter a day off. The guy that's filling in gets 3 knocks.
It's good managing.
Smart managing is what it is.
Two and one.
A.J. Pollock on deck for Arizona.
Rosario will not have a play at the screen. Three and two. So it's been a struggle for Will Harris. Single, walk, sack, bunt, 2-run single, and now he's running full on Nieves. 1 out in the 9th inning. The Rockies down by 5 runs.
So the signal from the bullpen, Matt Reynolds is ready to go.
That is loud, and it is off the very top of the wall. A double for Will Nieves. 4-hit day for Will. He came within inches of hitting a 2-run home run. A.J. Pollock is going to be the pinch hitter, and I don't know if he's going to face Will Harris.
This is a tomahawk. Get on top and just pull down as hard as you can. Work the top hand through the baseball. This came within a whisper of going out. Hit on the yellow line, did not go over.
He hit it too hard.
Too much topspin
to get the run home. And as you said, too much topspin to go out. This ball game's hunting 4 hours, and we're in the top of the 9th inning. Second time Will Nieves has had 4 hits in a game, by the way. Ground ball to short. Tough pickup by Rutledge. Got 1 play. That's first. Pollock is out there. He'll get an RBI. Even though the infield was in where that ball was hit.
And how hard it was hit.
Right. With Elmore runs well at third base. Only play for Rutledge was to go to first, and it's a 10 spot on the board for Arizona. 10-4, 16 hits. And now Tracy will go and get Will Harris with the left-handed bat Eaton coming up. Well, Arizona was behind an inning ago. Now they are way out in front. Earlier this year, Rockies had to waive him, designate him for assignment, because not that they didn't want to keep him. It was a roster situation where they were bringing a player back, had to add him to the roster. It happens all the time in baseball, and the Diamondbacks picked him up. And Will, with a 4-hit day for the second time in his career. Reynolds on for the 70th time this year, so he joins Matt Belisle, who's above 70 in appearances, and Adam Eaton's at the plate. Adams had a tough go of it today, 0 for 5 and a couple of strikeouts. 3 runs here in the 9th inning to pad the Diamondbacks lead. It's now 10-4.
Yeah, the last 2 innings have not been pretty, and that's an understatement. 7 runs scored. The Rockies had taken the lead to go up 4-3.
That's in there for a strike. 1-2. DJ LeMahieu. Tough inning for the Rockies and Will Harris. 3 more for Arizona. They're up 10-4. Jordan Pacheco getting ready. He's going to lead it off. A.J. Pollock's now in left field. Kubal's out of the game. And Takashi Saito is in. We saw Takahashi Saito the other day. Still throws the ball 91, 92.
Yeah, not the 94 to 95 when they saw him in a Dodgers uniform, but he's at 92 and he still has the hard split. 14th game. He's been battling injuries this year. Had a side, also had a calf, hamstring. First year with the Diamondbacks.
One and one count. And it's 2-1 on Pacheco. Rosario's on deck. Chris Nelson after that. Now Jordan Pacheco with his second hit. 29 combined hits in this baseball game. It's the Rockies' 13th.
Nine of the 13 hits for Colorado have come from the first 4 spots in the batting order. The other 2 have come from DJ, and then Jeff Francis and McBride with the other 2.
Another perfect day. Walk, single, double, single. 4 straight 3-hit games for Willeen Rosario. Matt Albers is the pitcher of record on the plus side. And Matt Belisle has the hook. Ian Kennedy went 6 innings, 4 runs, 9 hits. Jeff Francis, as Rosario's gone. Jeff Francis went 4 innings, 2 runs, 5 hits. Strikeout, and you know that I think what happened with Will was he didn't, Rosario cut right in front of him. He tried to stop it in the middle. Nelson's 0 for 4.
Fortunate that it bounced 1 hop to Saito.
Congratulations to Torrey Hunter and Torrey Hunter Jr. Torrey's been around so long. His son is one of the top wide receiver prospects in high school football. He just committed to Notre Dame.
Congratulations to both of them.
Yeah, good guy. One of the baseball, Torrey Hunter. Tom Baylor and I, the three of us, were chatting yesterday, and we were talking a lot about Mike Trout, telling stories about that earlier. Here's the 2-2, fouled off. He said, you know, he landed in a perfect situation because of some of the leaders they have on that team, and most notably Torrey Hunter, another outfielder, guy who played center field for so long, and he's got that great personality to put his arm around him as a kid.
Yeah, but couple that with they signed Albert Pujols, so the pressure's on him, and they also signed C.J. Wilson. So there was no pressure on this young kid when he came up.
That's down the line. Extra bases for Nelson. Chris Nelson throws out his 20th double of the year.
Make the day somewhat more manageable for Chris. He had been 0 for 4. You come back, get the knock in your last at bat.
Tyler Colvin trying to do the same thing. He's 0 for 4.
So just finish that thought on Mike Trout. I know he was a big hype and one of the top players in all of the minor leagues, but to come up but have the pressure on those other guys.
Sure.
And the leader of a Torrey Hunter to put you under his arm and say, here you go, play it this way, kid, and you'll be fine.
And he played the same spot for so long. And there's a base hit for Colvin. That'll drive in 2 runs. Well, Upton's struggled picking up the baseball this afternoon. It's 10-6. And I know what Kirk Gibson's thinking. Come on, man, am I going to have to get somebody up to get out of the 9th inning when I had a 6-run lead?
That's why I brought you in, Saito, and not one of the young kids. I don't want to have to get anybody else up, make a call down to the bullpen, but he is going to. Tyler Colvin slides the right foot open to pull the hands and the barrel in. That's just from years of experience in hitting, how to hit different types of pitches.
Andrew Brown to short. 2 outs. Well, I guess Notre Dame's receiving class is going to have 2 kids with famous fathers, because David Robinson's son, who lives in San Antonio, his son also committed to Notre Dame.
Notre Dame won last night, beat Michigan.
Beat Michigan 13-6. Here's LeMahieu with 2 gone in a 10-6 ball game. Saito hits the zone, strike 1. Again, the Rockies in Arizona tomorrow, before the Cubs come in on Tuesday. And that's going to drop for DJ, and it's going to drive in the 7th run. Right now, whoever you bring in, if you're Kirk Gibson, you can pick up a save. Well, here's the good news. Tacos today and tacos tomorrow. Rockies have hit the magic number of 7. Make your way to Colorado Taco Bell locations between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Well, Kirk Gibson, you're not going to mess around anymore. This is not the walk he wanted to make other than to shake hands. Now he's going to have to take the baseball from Saito. 10-7. The Rockies have a runner at first base in DJ LeMahieu, who just singled home Tyler Colvin. And the Diamondbacks have had to go and get J.J. Putz. This is the last thing they thought they'd have to do or wanted to do. This is a save situation. Putz will face Johnny Herrera, who's pinch hitting in the pitcher spot.
J.J. recorded his 31st save last night. One clean inning, couple strikeouts. There's 14 pitches needed to get that save. J.J. last night was bringing the fastball faster. It was 94, 95. He had dropped down into the low 90s back in August.
In fact, he had 96 last night. First pitch at 94, ball 1. Ground ball to short. And that's the ball game. Putz gets a 2-pitch save. And a ball game that took just under 4 hours is complete, and Arizona wins again. The Rockies' losing streak extends to 9 ball games. Arizona wins it 10-7 this afternoon. They continue to assault the Rockies' pitching staff. They have scored 33 runs in 3 games. Today's delivery of the game is brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys, who is 4-4 with Aaron Hill at the plate. And after fouling off a number of pitches, he got a hanging slider against Matt Belisle and lined it out of the ballpark. His 24th home run of the year, 3-run shot. And it made it 7-4. And Arizona would basically cruise from there. A 10-7 final. Visit JimmyJohns.com to find a location near you. Again, the final 10-7. Belisle takes the loss. The win goes to Albers, puts the save. Stick around. The postgame show is next.